Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. How is everyone? It's a long weekend. We've got Friendly and Q
Did you
and
remember to
Snake.
save all of your
That
files?
is pretty loud,
If you
actually.
become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you, baby. Thank you, Snake, for the love bomb.
We got a boomer!
Doing all right despite the heat. It is god-awful out right now. The real feel today was 104. Hello, Cherry. We're probably not going to spend a whole hell of a lot of time chit-chatting on this window, just because I can always yap while I draw, and I know today I'm gonna definitely need to be doing the practice. Trying to debate on what to draw. On one hand, K-pop Demon Hunters, but on the other hand, Muff Boy. We watched that over the weekend. That was a really good movie. How are you doing, Frag? I'm doing pretty okay. Taking things slow. Most accurate quote to describe the heat is from Sonic 06 being, "The whole city's on fire." Yeah, pretty much. It's icky, yucky, disgustingly gross out. I will enjoy the view from my window as opposed to actually going outside today. I don't know what I like, or, well, dislike more. A hot, muggy day or a hot, muggy night. Because one thing I have to do as a dog owner is I have to take Bronx out at night. And when it is nighttime in summer, not only is it disgustingly hot out still, but it's also wetter and much more buggy. Like mosquitoes the size of quarters. Night should be cold, not hot and muggy. Yeah. I sent a song that I found yesterday in the show and tell chat. I feel like it might be a little U-coded. Oh, let's take a look. I was fairly busy over the weekend, so I have not been very active in chat. Goodness, you guys are active. Audio's a little crispy already? It's been getting worse lately, I've noticed. We're gonna try and change over our internet plan as soon as we're able. There's kind of a lot going on IRL in terms of, like, overhauling our lives since grandma and the legal shit behind grandma and all that. But new phone plan, new internet plan is what we're looking towards very soon. Hopefully that'll fix some of these issues. Whoop, I see a wall of text behind the Discord page that I will read in just a moment. Is it the one that... Hold on. Is it the Spotify link in show and tell? Okay, that's gonna play for all of us, but why the hell not? Bird brain. I can see how this made me think, or made you think of me. This is a cute song. I do like this. Let's read what Snake shared. Share a positive thought. Sometimes having to take things slow is better than going fast in life, because always remember, as kids, we used to wish that we would grow up faster, but as adults, we wish to go back to our childhoods. But always live in the present because you're one of a kind, you're amazing, you made it through all your problems to be here, you're strong, and you think so. Hold on, I'm trying to read over the voice that is singing loudly in my ear. That's why I usually don't have stuff with lyrics playing. Always live in the present because you're one of a kind, you're amazing, you made it through all your problems to be here, you're stronger than you think. So lay your shoulders down and take off the mask a while. And we are here with Frag, we can be ourselves. That's beautiful, Snake. I really appreciate how hard you guys have all been working to maintain this kind of energy and atmosphere every time that we meet up. Decided I'm gonna say fuck it and draw both. Draw the moth boy as a K-pop. Yeah, there we go. This bird, it's bird in the absurd. I'll definitely be adding this song to my like list. Who is the character in the thumbnail, though? This red-haired anime chick with the tornado pigtails. I feel like I've seen her a lot. Tito. Is that a Vocaloid? Oh, she's relatively new. Oh, she's not a Vocaloid. Why does she come up with Vocaloid stuff? Trying to do a little bit of research here on this. So is she like a competitor for Miku? She is a Vocaloid, she's just not a new one. Technically, her true form classification is an Utauloid, and she was made as an April Fool's prank. Huh. Wild that it was an April Fool's prank. See, I've been seeing the character all over the place lately, and I just assumed that it was some kind of new anime show that I had totally missed out on. Catchy songs dating back to like 10 plus years ago. Damn. I don't know why she's suddenly been showing up for me everywhere. I could never keep up with the Vocaloid stuff. I really liked a lot of the songs that I stumbled upon. But I always felt like I couldn't get into the fandom or anything because I just didn't know enough about it. I would love to go to a Vocaloid concert one of these days, though. I had an opportunity to go once, and I chose a different thing that was going on because it was happening at the exact same time as TFCon, which was the big Transformers convention, and I finally had a chance to go. I was like, well, I can pick Transformers convention or Miku concert. And none of the friends I had at the time were into Miku or Vocaloid or anything, so one day though. May not keep to this playlist for the day. We'll see. I'm in a weird mindset. It always feels odd trying to draw on days that I'm not like I'm not waking up inspired to draw, if that makes sense. Because some days I'll wake up and it's like I get this itch to draw. It's like I just have to draw all day. I have this idea and I need to get it out. And I need it to be beautiful. But most days I'm just sort of here, waiting for that feeling. And today I'm certainly not getting it. So we're just gonna play around with ideas and do some uninspired sketching. And then I have a kind of commission. Not really. I'm not open for commissions right now, but I did have a very hefty vet bill last week. So I'm taking a small commission, I guess, from a person who is anonymous at the moment. More so just so that I can be working on something and just get that out of the way without the pressures of normal commissions. Still not really sure how I feel about taking them again. If I was ever to go on holiday, I would plan it to be going to Japan during a Vocaloid concert. Going on and getting tickets for it. Yeah, that would be really fun. Japan is an awesome place to take some kind of vacation. I've never been, but that's like the highest one on my bucket list. I've never been on a plane, and if I had to go on a plane to go somewhere, I would prefer it to be somewhere like that. Planes scare me, just a little bit. Decided to go back to the first Secret of the Mimic stream, and I've got to say you were right about you sounding exactly like Fiona when you were repairing the elevator. Huh? You know, it's funny. I always used to think it was weird when I would watch my favorite streamers, which are the Game Grumps. They're not my favorite of all time, but like, you know, they're in my top 5 or whatever. But a lot of the times, Danny will remember conversations that they had, but Aaron won't. Because when they're playing games, they're having these conversations while playing the game. And I didn't understand how Aaron could just like completely blank out on memory of a conversation that he was having. And then I realize now, as I'm doing streaming, it's very easy to forget the whole day and everything that you said during that day because you are trying to juggle maintaining a stream, you're trying to juggle the chat conversation, you're trying to juggle the game, and you're trying to juggle saying entertaining shit the entire time. So I've come to discover I have very little memory of certain things that I experienced during many gameplays at this point. To the point where now I'm making jokes about things twice. I'm doomed in the long term. There's no hope for this. Gonna pass out while you're streaming? That's perfectly fine, Snake. This is a cozy place. That is the vibe that we're going for. It's just a place to hang out, do some art if you feel like it, chit chat, talk about weird shit. During the first Secret of the Mimic stream, you were repairing the elevator and Fiona kept going on saying stuff like, "You got this, don't give up, etc." And you commented on it asking if that's how you sound to us. Oh crap. Yeah. I don't know how you guys aren't always in a state of annoyed with me. You put me in your feathers? I absolutely can do that. Get both you and Q up there. Here we go. So before you got to the big top. I want to go back and rewatch how I did that. Because I played through Big Top the first time and didn't really have much of an issue at all. And I don't think that I was doing it any differently. I think it maybe was just dumb luck and bumbling around in the right way. But when I did it the second time, it was like way less straightforward. He was a lot less forgiving. I don't know if they like went in and did a quick patch to fix a couple things or not. But it sure felt different the second time. That's what we'll be doing tomorrow, is replaying through the rest of Secret of the Mimic, trying to get the good ending. Thing is, I don't know if we've already fucked up or not, because I think we went past one of the gifts in Big Top's area, and I'm not sure if we can go back there to get it. Moon.exe ending, yeah. I was told that that's the quote-unquote good ending. I've actually been rewatching Snoopy play Secret of the, or not Secret of the Mimic, Security Breach and Ruin over the weekend here. Very interesting to see, I guess, what things could have been retconned as reference. There's a couple of different word choices that I noticed Fiona would choose while mimicking Dispatch that appeared again in Ruin, I believe, but I don't know, man. It's all over the place. It's so hard to piece together any kind of connections when the games feel so very blatantly mistakey. There's my bird. Hello, Ninji. How was your weekend? Still feeling sick? It was okay. Okay is good. Just getting over that. Also good. I feel like I'm lucky. I haven't been hit much with the allergies lately. Now that I've said that, I'm going to get absolutely destroyed by them. But it's so hot, even the baby bunnies don't want to be out in the sun here. I've got 3 of them in the backyard right now, and they are sprawled out as flat as their little bunny bodies can be. Does anyone know how often rabbits can reproduce in one season? Because I thought they were like all the other animals, where they would just have one brood, and that would grow up over the spring-summer time frame. and then winter would happen, and then they would do the cycle again. But I think we've had like 3 generations of rabbits at this point. Like this year. I don't know how many there are, but these 3 babies that are out here currently seem quite fresh. Like, there's no way these are the same ones as before. I get Thursday and Friday off. That's good. A nice midweek weekend. Breed like rabbits is a saying. I don't know the actual specifics. Yeah, I honestly just didn't think it would be this fast. Like, how quickly do they grow? I think at 3 weeks is when they're able to leave their parents. These definitely seem like they're 3 weeks already if they're this far from the nest. We had all sorts of babies this year. We've had baby snakes, we've had baby rabbits, we've had baby birds. Oh, last night I actually got to see a baby praying mantis. It's been a fruitful year for repopulation. 5 to 7 times a year? Holy fuck. Yeah, these are definitely new babies. I wonder how many goddamn rabbits there are out here now. So it used to be we had a lot of foxes. I don't know what happened to all of them, but we had a family of them out here for a while. I actually got to see their babies too. They had made a den underneath of one of my neighbor's sheds. And at one point, while we were out walking the dog, we had made a habit of stopping to look over at their yard to see any of the babies if they were out. And we looked over just in time to see a large, fat groundhog wandering around in the field. And it made its way up to their shed and just casually waddled its way into the nest. And within seconds of it being in there, we got to see every single one of the 5 baby foxes panically run out of the nest and stand around the outside of the shed looking to each other in confusion like, who the fuck is that? This strange man just walked into our house. And then after a couple of minutes, he found his way out, looked very confused, looked back at the barking little kits, and paid them very little mind as he waddled on his way. It was a very human reaction from the pups, though. Did you also find the decapitated head of the father praying mantis? Or the headless body? I did not. I guess by baby I should have said juvenile, because baby praying mantises are usually en masse. This one was definitely, like, at least a week or 2 old. I used to raise mantises. They make good pets. It's average. Apparently gestation is only about a month, so theoretically they could have 11 to 12 litters a year. Wow! That's so many fucking rabbits. No wonder people would use them for meat. Has anyone ever eaten rabbit? Okay, maybe not like that. Also, hi, 7. Could you imagine humans having that many? Oh my god, it sure feels like they do. I'm so glad I'm finally peeking out of the age where all of my friends that I went to high school with were popping out kids all at once. There was like a 5-year period where like every single one of them would just be like, oh, we're pregnant. Oh, we're having another baby. It's like, okay, you've got, what, 2, 3 now? Didn't you guys just buy a house, like, last year? I'm glad that things are doing well. But goddamn. Still got one or two that have them every few years. Yeah, now it's more so of just trying to figure out who's gonna try and win by having the most kids. Even the average rabbit baby size is 5 to 8. That could mean that if they had those 11 to 12 litters, that'd be anywhere between 55 and 96 rabbits on average every year from just 2 rabbits. Who can afford a house and kids in this economy? For real. I can't even afford rent anywhere. That's why it blows my mind when people are like, oh yeah, no, we're struggling to afford rent, but we're pregnant. Like, oh god. Am I supposed to be happy or sad in this? I don't know how to react. Still renting after working at the same place for almost 19 years. Yeah. It's rough, man. I don't know how anyone can afford to buy a house. Unless they're getting it through, like, connections or something. I don't know. Inheritance. That's alright, though. With civil war just around the corner, things are liable to change. Every cloud has a silver lining. It may be a mushroom cloud, but it's a cloud no less. It does look a little bit like we might be getting those storms they were warning about, though.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Miss Shot. That's not your name. Miss Show 3 VT. I'll just call you Miss. Either they're connected or they inherited it from their grandparents when it only cost like 2 months of work to afford a house. That's the part that kills me. It's Miss HO3. I don't want to call you Miss Ho and assume that that's unless that is actually how it's supposed to say it. It is, okay. See, I've unfortunately made that assumption in the past when it was not the case. As long as there's still a handsome dinosaur out there after the smoke clears. Oh yeah. It's gonna take the force of God to take this raptor out. I survived this long and now I'm determined to make it everyone else's problem. Miss Ho, what about Miss Sexy? Well, while we're chit-chatting, let's go ahead and move on over to our art window so that I can be attempting to do some doodles and working my wrists out because they're stiff today, that's for sure. I've already been doing a little bit of light scribbling, but I would like to do a little bit more. I will say, I don't know what I'm going to be doodling. We're going to play around with some things today. I'm not super in the drawing mindset, so things might just kind of fall apart. We'll see. It's a messy one today, but that's okay. We're allowed to be messy. One thing I did notice earlier was that my Psy was giving me a lot of trouble with lag. I don't know what's been causing it lately. It was more so happening when I was doing the circles. I joined Art Fight and y'all, I'm so scared. That I can. Ah! Hello, Void! Welcome! I completely forgot we even had that redeem. But yeah, Art Fight is a thing that is going on right now. I'm not partaking. Not for any other reason than I'm just not good at having pressure on my shoulders to perform. Don't ask me why I became a streamer. Decided to join Art Fight as part of Team Steven Universe. I do like the themes that they have this year. I love dinosaurs and all, but it'd be hard to pick between Crystal and Fossil. I would have to go with Fossil out of obligation. Hi, D Cruz. How are you today? I'm doing good. How are you? Crystal fossils, that's a cool concept. I've been wanting to play around with more of my Fnaf AU designs, but it's been a really, really long time since I've tried to draw any of the humans. It's actually been a long time since I've drawn any humans at all. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling the rust. Humans are one of the... Frag is not very confident in their ability to draw them categories. Especially Henry. Henry and his fucking messy ass hair. Man has never used a comb a day in his life. Can't hear the word fossils without that one clip from Phineas and Ferb playing in my head. Messy, messy what hair? Oh god, what did I say? See, this is the problem. I can't like run it back and hear what I just said, and I have no short-term memory. Whatever comes out of my mouth, it's gone. It's gone to the wind. Messy ass hair. Oh, okay. Yeah. I get it now. He is a hairy man. He probably has that too. I'd like to explore more of his depression arc. I haven't really shared a whole lot about this AU story yet with y'all, I don't think. It's from the episode where they built a time machine in a museum, and the dad spends the episode with a tape recording that he keeps rewinding to say fossils dun 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 over and over again. Phineas and Ferb is one of those shows that I missed out completely on. I don't know anything about it. I've never watched it. I only know it from the memes that have been made from it. So, like, I know Perry the Platypus, and that he is just a regular platypus unless he's wearing the hat. I know Doofenshmirtz, and whatever his taking over the tri-state area thing is, and something machine name Inator. Oh, the bunnies are gone, because I can see my mother and my dog are outside. And Bronx is once again terrified to her core that she's going to encounter a snake. I don't know what it's been lately with her. She found well, my mom has been infatuated with the snakes lately because we had a brood of them pop up in our yard, which we haven't had one in a very, very long time. Maybe the first year that we were here we did, but now this is the first one we've had since. And we've got 3 that have been sticking around at the house. They all live on a different corner of the house. She has named them all. The one on the corner next to my bedroom window is Slim. The one on the corner of the side of the house that has the laundry room is Lucky. And then the one that is on the corner of the room that has her bedroom is Baby Snake. But at some point while we were taking Bronx out to pee, she encountered Lucky. And Lucky scared her to a whole new level of fear. And the thing that confuses me about it is she's had a snake sharing a house with her entire life up until, like, what was it, 2 weeks ago that Geppetto passed away? So she knows what a snake is. She knows what it looks like, what it smells like, what it feels like. I regularly used to hold him while I had her out. So I don't know what this sudden fear is that she's developed. I guess now she's just realized they can exist in the wild. I must have pissed off the biscuit factory today. Beef is going ham on my chest. I know the 2 nickels thing, and that's it. The 2 nickels thing? Oh, wait, yeah! Oh, I forgot about that one. What kind of plumber are you? A platypus plumber. Perry the platypus plumber. Perry the platypus. If I had a nickel for every time I've been doomed by a puppet, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice, right? These weren't supposed to be, like, sketches together or anything, but it is weird that Will's head is above Henry's. He's such a small man. Let's go ahead and save this as a doodle file. I'll probably show off some of the older sketches that I've done with these characters, just to, like, inspire myself a little bit to do a few more warm-ups and whatnot. I guess I can go ahead and show off what I'll be working on for the later half of stream, though. So I am going to be designing an Anthro ref, or a furry ref, for someone who had an animatronic character, like a Fnaf fan character that they would like to turn into just a regular furry character. And I already went ahead and did the first rough sketching of them, but there's a lot I'd like to go back and change and work on before doing the inks. But there he is. And the only notes I was given on feedback for the time being, this was the first pass. He has like a safari adventure outfit. But my only notes in feedback for this design was he needs a bigger butt. So I can work with that. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of how I sketched his face initially, but that's also because furries are always a little bit weird for me. I don't know if it's just because of my sketching style, but I've developed a name at this point for how it works. Because there's like 3 stages of sketching I have to do before it starts to actually take shape.
This is beautiful.
Thank you, Terry. It startled me because I was talking and all of a sudden Grunkle Stan's back of his head was right in the way. This should be fun. I sure hope so. Just spent 30 minutes collecting reference screenshots. Oh no, you're as bad as me! Now to start doodling. Can't go wrong with more cake, given that gyat. Bro pointed directly at the butt for that. Alright, well, I will do my best to give this character more booty. But for now, we're gonna go back to doing some warm-ups. I've always felt weird about the way that I end up drawing faces because I use the guidelines, but I feel like I'm just never able to use them correctly. Like, you know, I do the whole circle thing. I draw, you know, the guidance line of where they're going to be looking. If they're going to be looking, you know, down like Henry or off to the side like Will. But it's always, I don't know. I don't do it as exact as I feel like I should. I need to take a shower because it was downpouring outside. Okay, Snoopy. Actually, I never came up with a design for their wives. Well, I sort of did. Unfortunately, both wives don't get to play a very long role in the story. I forget what Will's wife's name was. Audrey? Hold on. I know I have one sketch of her because it always makes me laugh. I was very, very, very vaguely trying to get an idea for her silhouette because I wanted her to be inspired by Belora's design. And, well, then there's Will. Went off at my parents yesterday because they kept stopping me every time I tried to have a wash. Like, no joke, I had tried to run a bath 10 times yesterday. And every single time I started making progress towards it, I got forced to do something else or got told to wait and lost my crap when my father told me it was too late to run a bath and that I should have done it earlier in the day. Like, that wasn't the only thing, or the one thing I kept trying to do. Ugh, parents. They really are absorbed in their own world 99% of the time. They just, their offspring are just tools for whatever they want in life. Let's steal this sketch. Because I do really like this silhouette for her still. The irony is, I wanted uh Lori, that's Henry's wife. I wanted her to be able to kind of like combine with Audrey so that both features from like both women would later be seen somewhat in Moon or Smoon, Sun, Moon, whatever we want to call him. I call him Smoon if I don't really have a reason to address him as either Sun or Moon, if it doesn't matter which one he is. Let's play around with some shapes for her. I know she's definitely bigger. I don't know how much bigger I want to go with her, what kind of body shape I want to go with. The two genders. Every time I hear Audrey, I think Audrey from Bendy and the Ink Machine. No, honestly, the only reason I've been calling her Audrey is because I had a line written out where they were talking, Will and Henry were talking about their late wives, and Henry was complimenting Will's wife, saying that she was like a spitting image of Audrey Hepburn. Audrey doesn't have to actually be her name, it's just what I've been calling her for so long. I don't know what kind of shape I want to go for with Lori. Actually, let's go ahead and pull up like a character chart with a bunch of different body types. See if any of them call to me. She's definitely giving me big hip vibes right off the bat. Thing is, though, do we want to go like VR chat body big hip? I really want to lean into the unconventional with her. Because I feel like Audrey gets all the conventional. The three genders, he, him, she, her, cool hat. I can't argue, because I identify with cool hat. All right, let's take a couple different ideas. We can make her... I'm gonna make a couple different iterations. I think we'll try first with that hippie design. Focus more on making her a skinny mini on top. Woo! Well, hello!
Selfish
Welcome!
Kaiju has raided the channel with 2 eggs.
Welcome, Selfish Kaiju. What were you streaming? Death Stranding. Thank you for the raid. Oh god, everybody's everywhere. Hold on. And a posture check. Thank you. Sorry to raid and run, but I need dinner. Absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You go take care of you. I will take care of your eggs in the meantime. But welcome, welcome. Thank you guys for joining. I'm a variety streamer. We just kind of do some casual art today. This is our 2D Tuesday. We have 3 different days. We have 2D Tuesdays, Wacky Wednesdays, and 3D Thursdays. 2D Tuesdays pretty self-explanatory. Wacky Wednesdays we play games. 3D Thursdays I work in Blender and do 3D modeling. I also don't know how I feel. Right now we're doing some character design warm-ups. Ads are going to start soon. Ads are going to start soon. They're going to start in about a minute, but that's always off by a little bit. So to those of you who have just now joined us, we have our ads run for 3 minutes once every hour. Bring me back some, please. What day do we cuddle and talk about our feelings? That's every day. Would you like to join me in playing Repo on Friday? We'll see as the time gets a little bit closer. I also like the idea of her having long hair. Long curly hair. There's only a few traits that I have decided on for Laurie's character so far. One is that she's definitely a bigger woman than Audrey. And 2 is that she is absolutely a ginger. And I like that first concept, but I feel like it's not quite right. It's a little too skinny still, I feel. We're gonna steal her head. Push it over this way. Do a couple more. I do like the idea of her being fairly short. More like a Mimsy type. Not totally sure how I feel about the narrower shoulders. I don't know if we want to try and broaden her out a little more. Maybe this one would do a little better with some shorter hair. Oh, there go our ads. One other body type I'm considering is... Hold on, I gotta remember the name of it. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I had her name right. So, I know I've talked about this before, but there is a game called Dragon's Lair. It is an old game. It used to be a cabinet-only game, but it has since been emulated all over the place. But it was... all of the artwork was done by Don Bluth. And the game played out like a Disney movie, where it was like... what are the name of the things where you get a cutscene and you gotta like have a quick time event? The whole game is quick time events during these animations. You play as a knight, you go into a dungeon where the pretty girl has been stolen by an evil guy, and it's randomly generated where you end up in the dungeon, all different types of ways to die. And how you get out is you do the quick time events and progress through the quick time events through each room of the dungeon until you get to the end. But from that, there was a character who was named Eve. She was absolutely gorgeous, and I loved her design. Thinking of Daphne? No. Daphne is my waifu. I love her to death. She is like everything I love in a woman. I am quite the simp for Princess Daphne. But Eve is a different story. I love her for a different reason, because she is like the most gorgeously designed big lady I've ever seen in my life. So here is her official model sheet in color. And she was very obviously inspired by Adam and Eve. But like, look at this. This is like the single most flattering way I've ever seen a big girl drawn. She's beautiful. And this is the same kind of like energy that I really want Lori to have. I'm going to use Eve as my reference here and see if I can kind of get the same energy going. Again, just in silhouettes. We're not gonna worry about actual character design details yet. Still feel like we need to make her shorter. I'm disillusioning myself because I'm having all of these next to the super skinny mini ballerina lady over here. Like Minecraft story mode? Oh, yeah, kinda. If I'm remembering that correctly. That was a satisfying puzzle game. What were you playing? Thor's Paradox is fun, and my brain feels adequately stretched now. Good. I think what I like about her so much is that her S-curve is just always present. Like, you can see her spinal twist all throughout her body. She's like a beautiful tornado. Even when she's standing straight, I still feel like you get the illusion of it. If you hear loud snorting and snuffling sounds, that's my dog. She's 3 feet behind me on my bed, trying to burrow to China. It's a diorama sequential puzzle game. It sounds fun. How do we do that same kind of... What is her contrapposto here? Other than probably non-existent, yeah. This one's kind of got it. Oh, wow. Oh, God.
Vitacords has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
Where? Hold on. Hello.
Liunkaya has raided the channel with 5 eggs.
Welcome, Vita Chords and Luin Kaya. Sorry if I said that badly. You guys are playing Factorio. What is that? Sounds like some kind of puzzle game. We were just talking about those. Oh god, hello, hold on. I wasn't done reading the other stuff.
Archeolib just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Archeolib.
Oh god. Okay, hold on, she's gonna go for a while.
Antisora10 just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Antisora10.
How many subs were just gifted?
Honey Sweet Sugar Beat just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Honey Sweet Sugar Beat.
Oh my god.
Miss Shoofed just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Miss Shoofed.
How many more does she have to do?
Vitacords just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Vitacord.
Nope, she's still going.
Liunkaya can now hatch from their egg.
Wait. Are we good? Are we good? We're good, I can talk now. Hi! Well, first off, thank you guys for rating. And say, what?
Lewis Livestreams just subscribed for 1 month. Liunkaya gifted a tier 1 sub to Lewis Livestreams.
No talk. Thank you. Okay, hold on. I have a list of things I need to thank now. Okay, thank you both for rating. I'm assuming you guys are playing that game together. I will get to you on that in just a second. Thank you, Anonymous, for donating or gifting all of those subs. And for you, Luinkaya. Is that who did the second one? It won't let me scroll up to see. Yes, it was you for the additional gifted sub. That was 6 gifted subs. Wow. Thanks, guys. We have a rule of thumb around here. If you get gifted a sub, you must go forward and pay it forward by bringing something to somebody else's day that makes them smile. It doesn't have to be monetary. It can just be something as simple as a compliment, but you have to do something to give back. Fuck you. But yeah, those of you that are new, we've got a whole pile of eggs down here. Also, thank you for the follow. Our little pile of eggs here. Let's get you moved over to a more appropriate location. There we are. Not you, that's Cherry. That's Siribot. Egg. Snoopy, you're a roaming egg. You don't need to be up there. Okay. Well, to those of you who are new here, I'm a variety streamer. I do art on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I do games on Wednesdays. We have fancy names for all of those things, but I'm not going to get into that for now. To those of you who are just following, you can hatch from your egg at any point if you'd like by clicking the twinkle beside my head here. There's a Stream Avatars button. You have to be a follower to hatch from your egg, but you can still interact with other people on the stream using the controller in that button. You can do things like hug, attack, move around. Who is inside of Popple? How did you get there? Kofi, what are you doing in there? Shit, and we've got a hype train going too from all of that. I'm not good at keeping up with this stuff. I hug all the people. And then squangle their pretty faces. Oh my god, what? Where?
Deathbeer Snoopy just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Deathbeer Snoopy.
Another gifted sub, thank you. I will thank you on behalf of Snoopy because I know Snoopy won't thank you. But yeah, we're just doing some doodles today right now. We're playing around with the Fnaf AU. Different human characters are what I'm focusing on right now. We're working on Henry's wife at the moment.
Kuriyamirin_VT just subscribed for 1 month. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Kuriyamirin_VT.
Another one. How many is that at this point? Hold on. I've lost count. Is that 8 subs now? Jeez. You have a wonderful night, okay? Gotta flop into bed because it's late. Absolutely. I have no problem with raiding and running. You go take care of you. I would love to know more about that game some other time. I'll have to check your VODs for it. But good night. I will take good care of all your eggs. 8 subs, no doms. Dang, we're not gonna have to worry about the ads at all for a while. We might have to change up her hairstyle a little bit if we go with this design. I might not make her as busty as Eve too, for 2 reasons. One, just because I feel like her body language is telling me that she wants to be more pear-shaped. And 2, it's actually a really key part of her story that she ends up passing away to breast cancer. I'm not sure if having super large booba would be the most beneficial to her design. Sounds like my life. Why did you do the celebrate talking about cancer? No! Ruby! Time for me to head to bed. Good luck with the stream. Thank you, Vita! You get some good rest. I'm jealous. I was summoned. You were not summoned. I'm vibing with the direction this is headed. I think we'll make her a little taller, maybe, if she's going to be in this one. That is very much not out of character for them. You're right. Who are the marshmallow bitch? Is that supposed to be an insult? This is Lori. This is Henry's wife. So, and the reason that I want her to have much softer, rounder shape language is because Audrey's got, like, the skinny bitch, mean, triangular shape language. I want Lori to be the exact opposite. I want her to be the friendly, bubbly, inviting. We're definitely onto something with this one. They're built like the marshmallow guy from Ghostbusters. Now you're just being fat phobic. What? Hold on. I have to share with you the emote that we just unlocked. A pooping balloon dog. Now I see how that comes off as mean. Yeah. Kinda.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch. Also got that one during my first hype train. Out of all of the ones that we've gotten, this one's definitely my favorite so far. I will actually be using this one. Let's get rid of these extra lines that I had up here. I really need to go through and redo that green screen. Probably need to do that with a lot of them.
Oi, oi,
Oh.
僕の CD が欲しいってほら、受け取りなプレゼントするのはパルコ・フォルゴレさ
You know what time it is.
父をもげ、パルコ・フォルゴレミュージックスタートチチチワッパイボインボインチチチチワッパイボインボイン Hey, come on! もげもげもげもげ父をもげもげ
Oh, Parco Fagore. What did we ever do to deserve you in our lives? I am really liking kind of like a combo between these two. Legendary. Anyway, time to Z. Good night, Vita. Let's see if we can't play with that on her just a little more here. Do the whole smaller breast plan. Henry's definitely more of a booty guy anyway. Do y'all know the story behind the Princess Quest stuff? Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know a lot of what that's about. I would love to have someone explain that, though, because I don't know if I will ever understand it without it being explained to me. Reason I ask is because I would like to know who the Princess Quest character is referenced to. Like, if it's Vanessa, if it's... like, who? What does it have in relation to any of the other shit? In my head, I see her wearing a lot of sundresses. She was very much an outdoorsy person. God, she's fucking cute. Okay. That's definitely the shape we'll be going with. I don't think I'm going to linger on her a whole lot longer. But I do really like the direction that that's going in. The what now? The Princess Quest story in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. I was never really able to piece together what that was in reference to. There's princesses in Fnaf? Yes. So in Fnaf Security Breach specifically, there are 3 arcade cabinets where you can play a game called Princess Quest, and it's a top-down view RPG style, like early Zelda style game. And you have to go around and find a way out. And I think there's different endings, question mark? But one of them ends up with you in the office in Pizza Sim. One of them ends up with you fighting a giant amalgus blob with various rabbits sticking out of it. How much further have they gone beyond scary robots? It's a game in a game, yeah. No, see, the problem is there's no hope for the lore anymore. There's no linear storytelling. There is none of any of that. Because when they made Security Breach, Scott said, "Hi, I want you to make a FNAF game." And then Steel Wool said, "Okay, sure, yeah, we'll do that. We would love to do that. What's the story we're supposed to be making?" And then Scott just kind of sent them a shrug emoji. So they did the best they could with what he gave, but apparently he literally never at any point told them what the plot of the game was supposed to be. He just thought they'd be able to do it without that. But then it turns out, apparently things like Burn Trap were never supposed to be a part of the game. Burn Trap was supposed to only exist as like a thing that would show up in the background, like a prop. Like it was supposed to just like blip in and out, kind of like Flowey in Undertale. How he would just show up behind you every once in a while. Just like an ominous thing. He was not meant to have an entire boss fight and be considered the quote-unquote true ending. Like, none of that was supposed to happen. And there's no way they could have known. From not being told. Ever since he pulled back from active development, he just sits back and collects the checks. Yeah, pretty much. Gets to collect all the checks with none of the accountability. And everyone is just complacent to let that happen and agree with that. That's why it makes me so mad that Steel Wool has been given the reputation of a horrible game company. I've played through several of their games. I haven't played Help Wanted 1 or 2 yet, but that's gonna be high on the list. But of the games that I have played by them, they've done really well. Security Breach was a hot mess, sure, but I don't know, given what we got, aside from the bugs and the coding all being broken as shit, game-wise, they did a brilliant job. The assets are amazing. The concept is very good. And especially given that they had no plot to work with, I think that that's pretty awesome. I'm also at a point with it where I feel like you couldn't make a fixed version of Security Breach and have it still be fun to play. Like, part of the fun to me is the glitches and the way that it is broken and how everything is just busted beyond all reason. Making a chicken and spore. Oh god. I'd play around with the kids' designs, but they don't... The only one that's relevant at all is Michael. He's the only one that comes back. The only other one that really matters too much is Elizabeth. And that's mostly just because she's the turning part of Will's story. Henry, I'm a little undecided on. He's always been like my square-shaped language character. He's been very brick-shaped. Michael, the only one to get William's comeback gene. I've got to rewrite a lot of Michael's stuff, but he ends up having a pretty cool dynamic. Where did I... Hold on. I know I've got a picture in my sketchbook, but I don't know where I put that. I would like to share that with y'all. Here it is. So that's Michael and Ennard. They get their own side story arc. They're very Venom and Eddie-esque. I'm undecided on whether or not I want Michael to be zombified. I haven't quite gotten there yet. Emo. Fucking emo nerd. Yeah, he's very emo. In fact, he is very unalivey. He doesn't want to be helping run any of the Fnaf stuff. He inherits sister location. Eddie, we are Five Nights at Freddy's now, Eddie. But he ends up inheriting legally some of the Fazbear Enterprises, or whatever, Afton Co. branches. Since legally, both Will and Henry do die in the story. Some of Will's assets get picked up by Otto, who is an original character. I can get into him later. I don't actually remember the full details of that part. But Michael ends up picking up some of them, and because he has literally nothing to his name, he ran away from home after witnessing the death of his mother. And he's kind of been struggling to survive on his own. He's going to school. He wants to become a pediatrician, or a child-specific doctor. which was inspired by not being able to save Elizabeth or his brother when they die. But he has very little will to live. He's tired, he's stressed, he's going to nursing school, and exhausted all the time, and does not want to be running this business whatsoever that he knows is the reason why he lost both of his siblings, and is still being haunted by his dead dad, who wants to kill him. But that's where Ennard comes in. Me, lol. Ennard ends up becoming alive from the AI coding in all of the animatronics. She is the scrap pile, where all of the parts that end up getting removed from the animatronics, replaced or whatever, just kind of pile up. And at some point, the programming, because it is designed to constantly be learning and growing and evolving, it just kind of, through all these amalgamated parts, was able to connect itself and build this living creature. And it's from the spares and leftovers of all the other animatronics. So we've got the puppet's mask is what their chosen face is. She goes by all pronouns, but I ended up using she, her predominantly just because it was a fun dynamic. Actually, I have a reference of her somewhere. Where are you, you living pile of spaghetti? Might have doodled that one on my phone, actually. But I know I've posted it places. Start of a reference, anyway. I don't know if you can even see that. It's very light on my screen. This was one that I was doing on my phone at the time. Let's see if we can darken it up a little. There we go. But she's literally just a living pile of spaghetti and various parts. She doesn't have a full assembled endoskeleton. She's just got, like, pieces that she will occasionally arrange in whatever way seems fit. But for the most part, she's just kind of a wad with occasional limbs. She's very fond of watching TV. But instead of having been scooped and having Ennard live inside of Michael's corpse, the idea is that she, like, coils around and, like, I guess for lack of better comparison, wears him, or he wears her. So she's, like, coiled around underneath of his clothes. And she uses that to control him. So, like, they're always fighting. Like, they don't really get along that well, but she's the dominant one in their relationship, and if whatever she says goes. If she wants to skip school, she's gonna skip school, because she's stronger than him, and she can pilot his meat body. Just came back to someone living inside someone else's corpse, and what? This is some kinky shit. Mommy issues. Well, he definitely has mommy and daddy issues, so yeah, she can be both. But there are days where Michael will just, like, be too depressed to do his work, and she'll just take his body out for a joyride. If he doesn't want to do it, he won't fight back. He'll just be ragdoll while she pilots him around. They have a very aggressive start to their relationship because she just kind of invades his home. She sneaks home in his backpack after he leaves sister location and just decides, I live here now. And he can't get rid of her. Wait, can I get one of these things? She is actually very shy. She's not shy with him. She's abusive with him. It's some abusive ass shit. Yeah, exactly. Because she knows she can beat him the fuck up. If she wants to, she could rip him open and crawl inside. The only reason she doesn't is because she doesn't want to. She likes Michael. He's a fun toy. But other humans kind of scare the hell out of her currently. She's not comfortable being her exposed self out in public or on her own. Like, she'll escape in the dead of night to go do mischief, but she will never, like, manifest in humanoid form where she knows people can see her. She doesn't like people seeing her quote-unquote face. That's why she wears the mask. Her face is literally just eyeballs and a mouth. There is a mouth in there. There she is as a baby. When her little AI was just starting to form, her first word was egg. Is he possessed in a way? Only when she is controlling him by meat puppeting him. But no, he is very much a regular living human. Egg. Hope she keeps clean. She actually keeps cleaner than he does. So part of Michael's depression and everything, like his depression is a huge part of his arc. Wait. Hello, Berserk. But he's very much at the point of life where, like, he really doesn't want to be trying to do this anymore. Oh, hold on, I found more egg. 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 She love egg. Egg, egg, egg. If I remember correctly, the way that she gets her name is because when she's really tiny, she kept carrying the mask around with her. And I think at some point he joked about how she looked like she was hatching from an egg. And that was her first spoken word. And because he reacted to that, she just would say egg all the time to get a reaction out of him. Was it Easter when she started talking? The first word / early AI, I imagine they're saying it exactly the same each time. Yes. She's quite the burden to Michael in the beginning because it's all of the mentality of a human child learning with the curiosity of an animal and the physical ability of a tornado of snakes. Like, if she wants to break down the door, she's going to. Egg, egg, egg. But, like, Michael is her comfort person. She bullies the fuck out of him. She's very mean to him, but she only trusts him. And she does want good. Like, she's not an evil character. She's a very, neutral character, I guess. Because her AI developed independently, devoid of influence from other programming from Henry and Will. Or Michael, for that matter. She's just, like, remnants of their programming that developed on its own on its own entirely. So she's very chaotic and very self-opinionated. She prioritizes herself and her Michael above anything else in the entire world. And because of that, she comes off as evil at times, but she's not. She's just... she's gonna protect what matters to her. And what matters to her is herself, her human, and the other robots that she eventually meets, but is very judgmental towards. She kind of has a strong self-superiority complex over them because they were programmed and she was not. She developed, so she thinks that she's better than them. And she is physically stronger and more, I guess, adept than them because she can go anywhere. She's like the Mimic, essentially, before the Mimic really became a thing. She can fit inside of other costumes and slip under doors from small gaps and whatever. I had a lot planned for her. But her and Michael ultimately end up wanting the same goal, which is to get rid of Springtrap, who I have got to rewrite a lot of. He's his own whole mess. I can close all of these. Sentient snake tornado. Tornado? The thing with Henry was I wanted him to be skinnier originally. But I feel like big, strong suits him a lot more. I don't really like that arm. He is also a very tired man. I've got to rewrite what happens with him because I didn't really decide. He does get killed by Will, I think. Because there's no dead kids and stuff in this story. I mean, there is, but they're not dead because they're being aggressively murdered by the rabbit suit. Will murders his children. But he doesn't really murder other people's children directly. Like, kids do go missing and get killed by the animatronics and stuff, but they're not possessing them, like in canon, I guess. I was never really a fan of that plot line. Here's our Henry boy. If anything, that's definitely a little too tall. Henry is an alcoholic. Or at least he becomes one. his story's pretty tragic for the most part. Because he's not really involved with a lot of it. The shit that Will ends up doing. But Will does ruin his life. My biggest hang-up lately has just been I don't really know if I want to start doing anything with the Mimic storyline. Much as I like the game, I just don't feel like the story fits well with a lot of, like, the previously established stuff. Yeah, I'll worry about the glasses later. I guess TLDR on his story is he just really liked mechanics. He's very autistic. ADHD to the max. But he loves to build things. He loves robotics. He loves AI. Not the modern day AI, but the 70s fantasy version of AI. And he's a real family man. Like, him and his wife, what they shared was true love. And they had one kid, Charlie, and she very much inherited both of their wild spirit. Which is why Henry ended up making the puppet for her as kind of a babysitter. He was always making toys and shit for her. Puppet was one of Charlie's drawings. Charlie was a creepy kid a little bit. Because she liked to draw her own characters, and she's a child, so they're not, like, the most clear drawings. And Henry, as we have in this picture, collected her art. Like, she was a big inspiration for him because she would kind of, like, go off about these ideas that she had, and then he would talk with her about them, and then he'd come up with his own ideas, and they'd back and forth a lot. He had, like, the same mentality that kids have about stuff like that. They were good for each other. And his wife was the same, very much the same way. But Charlie's designs were still questionable. She kind of liked weird, creepy things. So some of her characters would be like Henry was the soft, bubbly, cute one. He's the one coming up with the things like the original Fnaf designs and whatnot. But Charlie's favorite character that she'd come up with was this, like, mime clown thing, which he would use for inspiration to make the puppet, which I know I've already got one sketch of on earlier art. This is the old chart of all of the character art. There's our puppet. And as you can probably tell from the similarities, Puppet ends up getting destroyed and recycled into Smoon. That's the whole caretaker mentality anyway. But he built Puppet based off of Charlie's art, which was essentially just a stick figure. He was working with all he could. And Puppet became Charlie's best friend and caretaker for whenever the parents were busy with things. But for the most part, Lori was usually home and taking care of the household stuff. The reason why Puppet's existence needed to happen was because eventually Lori gets breast cancer and she does pass away from it. which is the first thing that starts to ruin Henry's life. Because he is madly in love with her. That's like, she is more important to him than anything in the world. So when he lost her, it broke him completely. And he tried his best to continue being a good father and also continue to run the business, but he's not very good at dealing with depression. So becoming an alcoholic was not helpful in that. I don't think he starts drinking, though, until after Charlie ends up dying. And the reason that she passes away is because she is very strong-willed, just like her parents. And while he is spending more and more time at work, she's not really used to being alone. She's used to having her mom around. So it's just her and the puppet now. And kid going through grief, processing all of that stuff. She starts to go through a bit of a rebellious phase. And during winter, she decides that she wants to go ice skating on the lake behind their house. But she's not allowed to, because the puppet tells her, no, it hasn't been cold long enough. The ice is too thin. You'll fall in and die. You'll get hypothermia. But she is her father's child. So she finds a way to trick Puppet into being distracted so that she can sneak outside and go ice skating, whether she's allowed to or not, because she thinks, oh, I don't need to listen to you. I'm all grown up. I'm a child and I'm all grown up. So she does so. Puppet sees from the top story window of their house that she has made her way out to the lake and goes running out to try and stop her, but she is already out on the lake by the time that Puppet's noticed. And the ice has cracked and she has fallen through. And at that point in time, Henry had not yet built the robots to be waterproof. So Puppet ends up going out into the ice and grabbing hold of Charlie and dragging her to the edge of the water, but by the time that they're able to do that, they're flooded and their systems are just fried. So Henry gets to come home from work that day to find out that both the caretaker that remained after his wife passed and his child are gone. They're frozen solid by the time that he gets home. And thus begins his alcoholic arc. Just got a surprise in show and tell. Join something interesting. I mean, I'm talking about Fnaf stuff. There's going to be character death. That's part of it. Ooh. That's some really nice art. But since you are posting that from Artfight, I will request that you include the artist's credit and link to their page, since Artfight is ongoing currently. Oh shit. Looks like Chauncey's having some big home renovations. That's cool. That'll be exciting. I hope they took some before pictures. Oh, Friendly, that's a really pretty warm-up sketch. Lesser of two Weevils. Alright. I feel like I've blabbered on about these characters for quite a bit. I want to try and get a feel for this character that I am going to be working on. So I am taking an animatronic character and making them Anthro. So we're going to go ahead and take that character's original ref. Let me ask if I can share. Okay. Whoops, I forgot to mention that the ads are about to play, and they are currently playing. Sorry! I'm voicing a Fnaf tower defense game thing right now. My throat hurts because it is a really rough voice. Please take care of your voice squeaks. But that's really exciting. Alright. Ooh, I don't like that black background. Hold on. Let's save this so that that does not happen. There we go. So this is our character in question. He is a lovely tiger. Let's throw him down over here. And we're going to separate this reference a little bit so that it's not as big. I really just want to see his face for right now. Want to know which character? Sure. If it's a rough voice, I'm imagining it's a deeper voice character, but... About to start playing Psychonauts 2. Have fun with that. Psychonauts is one that I feel like I would enjoy. I completely missed out on it when it was, like, popular, or when it had first come out. Hopefully I'll see an electric boogaloo. We know you like hot animatronics, Snoopy. All you need to do is put pecs on a robot and Snoopy loses it. Alright. I'm gonna start with just trying to get an understanding of what he wants his shape language to be. The head is always the hardest part for me because I want to keep, like, the traits of a tiger. But they're also animatronics, so it's usually like you're fighting against a couple different things. I always fuck up characters with underbites too. Roar. You didn't tell us who you're voicing. Trying to do Tiger Rock from the books. Ooh, that's cool. We're both working on tigers then. Something's off about this placement. You know, we've gone a little too baby face in this somehow. I don't know what DJ like swag sounds like. I don't even know what that is. The only one tiger looks better. Not sure what that means either.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Rosie. That's how his voice is described in the books. DJ like swag? That, okay. Hi, Rosie. I do need to save this canvas, actually. Shut up, my grammar's ass. I'm only saying it because I don't know what you're saying. I'm not pointing it out to make fun of anyone's grammar. I can't communicate without having clear communication. I'm having an issue with this forehead, I think. I love you too, Rosie. It's way too long of a snoot, I think. It's been so long since I've drawn furries, and I feel so bad. Because I can never draw them well unless I'm, like, really, really in practice, and that's all I've been doing. This is bad. I'm not a fan of this at all. me find a picture of an actual tiger. Maybe that'll help. Hmm. I'm gonna do a quick study of this.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Never mind, Frag. They're awesome in that they get head pets. Thank you, Rosie, and thank you for the hydrate. I love your face. And a big stretch. Oh, wow. That was needed. I don't know if that helped me learn much about this structure. See, the hardest part with cats is that their mouths end much lower on the muzzle. Like a dog, their mouth is like way back up here. But a cat, it's like this is where it ends. So when I look at this kind of shape, my brain wants to interpret it as we've got our main structure of the head. Eye, eye. The nose comes down through the bridge. Nose. And then my brain wants to auto-fill in the rest with like like this weird, just like mouth box down here. Like this is where their whole mouth is. Like this is a horse. This is, this is very much just a horse. There we go. There's our horse. Nay. Let's try just another sketch. I think I'm gonna use a voice mod for a bit of assistance on the deepened voice so I don't destroy my vocal cords. You've always got Audacity too. You can lower the pitch in Audacity. Voice mod's gonna put a bunch of filters and stuff over your voice, so I don't know if what you're recording for will want that. We're still a little too large on the forehead. Wow, that's bad. That's okay. Hmm. Oh fucking god, why would you do that? You happy? You mad a little bit, but not at you. I'm getting mad at myself for not remembering how to draw furries. This all looks the same and really bad, and I'm getting upset with myself over it. Hmm. I don't miss drawing furries. Out of practice doesn't even begin to describe how I feel right now. Well, at least this is starting to look like something other than what literally every single one of those other sketches were. Still not where we should be, though. What? Oh. It feels like it's too short of a muzzle. I can't tell. Yeah, there's something about it. He's got like a pug face or something. I'm not liking. Mm. I don't know if we could move this part out more or if that would just make him look more like a dog. Now he's morphing back into a human. Mm.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Ninji. Big stretch. Try and take our mind off of this mess.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate as well. Just trying to take a few. Oh, trying to get you to take a few to recalibrate. Yeah, I'm definitely out of sync with my own hands right now. Maybe my brain? I don't know. Something's not connecting properly. Maybe we're trying to go too animal with it and not enough furry. Let's move this one to the side and see if we can do better on another. We don't want to spend too long on the same thing. But I definitely am not getting the feel for this yet. I should just do some really rapid fire gestures, but I don't know. It's like I'm getting completely lost looking at this character because it's a frontal. I can't judge the depth of our snout whatsoever. He seems like he's super round, but not. This is hair I'm only ever going to be able to draw from one direction. It's like a half pompadour thing. Does it start in the middle of his head or off on one side? Thank you for the lurk, Speaker of the Void. I was trying to combine too many words then. Loiky, loiky, loik. I don't think his head would taper inwards like that. It doesn't seem right for his shape language. This is getting better. He just has such a massive forehead. Like, tigers don't have foreheads, and I think that's part of my issue. Let's see. Okay, that might help. Let's try and kind of recreate it almost exactly like that. Draw him, I guess, frontal. I hate doing frontals. I like the big old blocky eyebrows. All right, this is getting somewhere in understanding more of how he should look. I don't know, something still feels really weirdly off. Let's keep using what we've learned. Oop. Let me pick an expression or something or an angle. Just to try and again use what we've learned from the shape language. This is looking better. I will be getting a shiny variant of Tiger Rock in the game because of my contribution. Good job, Squeaks. Alright, at least this looks like a character. Is it perfect? Nah. But it's recognizable as a distinguished design, so we will take this and work with it. However, we'll probably take a small break during the next ad break here, which is going to happen in about 5 minutes, and use that time to get some food, because I think being hungry does not help with trying to redesign a character. This guy's definitely our winner, though, this bottom one. Like I said, I am very out of practice when it comes to furry and anthro stuff. And if I'm out of practice on something, and I mean like really out of practice, it is a nightmare to try and get back into practice. But as you saw, there was quite a rapid transformation going from where we started to where we are now. I guess if anything, it's just a little dysphoric. Because, like, I'm used to drawing and seeing my art look a certain way. So when I start drawing expecting it to look the way I'm used to it looking, and then it doesn't, that's when it starts to, like, I don't know, get to me. It starts to frustrate me, if nothing else, just because, like, I want my hands to work. I want them to be able to do the thing that they've always done. But sometimes they don't want to do that. It makes me wish that I that I grew up with a healthier environment for learning stylized or westernized art. Because I've never had any real training for this sort of thing. I've taken countless art classes in school and privately and whatever. Not privately, but like just in school. And then just like on my own time, I would do virtual classes from like YouTube or wherever I could find the resources. But growing up, I was very much treated as not a real artist because I didn't want to do realism. I did not want to do anything that involved people. I didn't want to do any of that. I just wanted to do cartoons. Cartoons were what interested me. And I didn't mind doing things like life drawing. I actually really enjoyed doing life drawing, and it was the one thing that I wanted out of going to school for it. To draw actual models from the model to learn anatomy better. But we didn't get to do that until college. And even then, I got stuck in a class that didn't have the budget. So we had like 2 models for the entirety of the class. Like the whole semester, we had the same 2 models. So you got to learn that anatomy. You didn't get to learn any other anatomy, just that. I don't know. It tears you down pretty quickly over time when you want to do art and you can't get anyone to listen or tell you that it's a real thing. I mean, obviously graphic design was always going to be a desirable thing. That's why we've got robots that do that for us now. Because it's so heavily desired that we don't want to pay people to do it, we just want to have it. But I was always really, really hard on myself to try and keep up with the people that I knew that did get to go to like an actual art school that embraced cartoons and graphic design. I was actually told point blank by my high school art teacher that I would never get into college if my portfolio had cartoons in it. That I was joking everyone if I thought that was really going to happen. He was a prick. I didn't learn anything from his
Quetzalota says
classes.
pick a random number, first one that comes into your head.
12. Also, our ads are going to start soon, and I'll take that as my cue to jump to our away screen for a few minutes and go grab myself some food. But I really like this guy. I like how this headshot has kind of come out. I think this will be the shape that we're using. Yeah. I wish I woke up in a healthier environment too. It's hot like a cow on fire. Looking like I'm going to get stuck with the normal enchants to pick from, so it's just going to be a completely normal unit at that point. Just got a voice line for a specific map it appears in as a boss. Means I'm going to be using a red levitation orb. I hope that works out. Alright, let me save this, and we will be right back. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes. And we're back. I shoved many a salami slice in my mouth. Coming back to look at this after a few minutes of being away, I definitely like this character that we've landed on. So what I'm going to do is steal this headshot specifically and take that with us. Close out of our other pages here. We were showing off the Fnaf stuff. We are going to drop this down here on his actual ref. Should we resize it first? Let's resize it first. Maybe that was too big. Okay. Let's keep this one up. And we're going to redraw the head. Before we do, though, I think I'm going to change music, because much as I like our synthwave to listen to, I feel like I want something that's going to give me more of the vibe of this character. You know, he's supposed to be like a safari exploration, maybe cowboy kind of guy. But he's giving me the same kind of vibes that one of my own characters gave me, which was Hux. And the music that I would listen to most with him was Poor Man's Poison. So let me see if I can pull up a playlist. I'm going to put this one on shuffle. Okay. Now, I will say, originally, when I started the work on this character, I did not know that I was going to be doing an unclothed ref. So the mock-up of this is in a much simpler style than the unclothed version. I'm going to try very hard to keep it the same. I don't want to overdo it and upset myself trying to do way too much detail. Let's start by putting all these in a folder. And then we're also going to make a new layer and cover up the old head. Do what's best for your mental, baby bird. I'm doing my best. Just gotten a tier 1 sub for a month from someone. Not sure how it works. I'm only here for the live stream. That's all right. You were gifted a sub at random, I believe, by someone who was generous enough to give one to our chat. So all that means is that you get the benefits of having a sub. So no more ads. I don't know if there's other stuff that you get for subbing. I think you could get extra emotes. Oh no, you can use all of the emotes on the channel. I don't know if any of them are restricted to being subbed or not. I need to go back and look at that. Okay. I am going to keep it just somewhat visible so that I can tell what we used to have there. I'm going to move our little friend up here so we can see him a little more clearly. I'm also going to go ahead and steal this guy to bring with us as well. Just leave him. Leave him here for now. Yeah, because the face I had here originally was a lot. A lot of the wrong. We're gonna fix him up now that we have a better shape to work with. In fact, I might even remove that one. Bump this up a little higher even so it's harder to tell. I may end up skipping several of these songs, just because I'm not sure if I've heard several of them. A lot of my inspiration for Hux came from listening to the same, like, 4 songs on repeat. I forgot to try and do this shape with smiling. This is going to take a couple of attempts, I think. And that's okay. That's what we're here for. Okay, yeah, this is not the vibe. Let's find one that's like their greatest hits instead of just all their songs. He's gonna look like a dog so fast if I'm not careful. Hate to interrupt, but Rebirth will be out in cinemas tomorrow. Rebirth. I don't think I've even seen any ads for anything like that. Oh, the Jurassic World movies. Comes out tomorrow? Well, shit. I feel like they haven't really advertised it well. Cause I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that we were gonna go the full kaiju route on this movie until, like, maybe a week ago. As soon as I saw the D-Rex, though, it's not a dinosaur movie anymore. It's not bad, but it's just not dinosaurs. Motherfucker has 4 arms. Looks like a giant butt on its head. It really does. Like, it looks very phallic. Part of me feels like maybe they were trying to go for, like, a Geiger approach, but didn't succeed. It's so bulbous, though. Like, and it's so naked. Hold on. Some of you guys might not know what we're talking about. The D stands for Distortus. I'm trying to find the same image of it that I saw. Oh my god, there's so much merch of this shit out already. Distort D's nuts. Where's, like, the official imagery? Oh. We're probably not going to be able to look at this inside because it's most likely going to be a WebP image. Nope, we can look at it. Yeah, so this is our new quote-unquote dinosaur. I'd like to... I don't want to know. Why did they give it such a big, round, bulbous head? Like, obviously they're gonna be like, oh, it's got the intelligence of a whale, like, of a whatever, fucking beluga whale, and it can use its psychic powers to control other dinosaurs, like, with a pack mentality. Meh. I haven't even played this game for an hour, and I'm pretty sure I've already figured out who the mole is. Posted what it reminds me of in Show and Tell. Oh my god, yeah. That's, like, spot on. I'm trying to find the other images that I had seen, but they're not popping up on this wiki. They really did lean into that concept art from Jurassic World 1, though. I guess this might be official imagery. What is their obsession with trying to make new dinosaurs that are bigger than the T-Rex? They know that there are dinosaurs already that were bigger than the T-Rex, right? Forget pack mentality, bring back pack mentality. I don't hate it. But I will be honest, I don't love it for a Jurassic Park movie. Independently, I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be enjoyable as a kaiju movie. Right there, it just looks like Cloverfield monsters deformed spawn. Yeah. It really just feels like we took a T-Rex and slapped an extra layer of meat on top and then gave it the Cloverfield monster's arms. But it's got 6 limbs. Like, it's got those little grabby arms. For some reason. It looks like we used a base of a T-Rex for the legs. Threw in some kind of sauropod for the feet and these upper arms. But what in the world is our brain from? Mixed with the first American Godzilla? Yes! Yes, that's exactly what it's looking like. This fucking thing, I hate it. 6 limbs, why? It's for canoodling. And the thing that confuses me is for some of the art, some of the angles, it looks like it's this like big, almost like fat-filled sack on its head. But then other angles it doesn't. It looks like it's like that's the skull. Like maybe it's for based on like a packy. Like skull bashing. But I don't know, man. There's a lot to unpack with this guy. That's going to be the thing that makes me really angry, though, is if they're going to be like, yeah, the D-Rex is a male. If they do that, I'm leaving the theater. I lost my fucking mind over that when they did that with the goddamn Indoraptor. And I'm not willing to forgive it a second time. Not a brain, it's a nutsack. I don't care if Rebirth gets mixed reviews. I'm going to go see it just for Rexy winning another round. See, that's another thing I'm scared of. I am scared that they are going to kill Rexy this time. Wait, what? Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. I'm terrified that they're going to try and pull that stunt and be like, yeah, oh, if she dies a valiant death, but then it feels like it's hopeless, but then blue or something like Chris Pratt shows up. I don't know, some other dumb thing. They'll be like, oh yeah, oh, Nedry from the first movie somehow survived and he's gonna save the day. Make a Jurassic Park with accurate sized raptors and feathered dinos. Feathered dinos is all I ask, man. I can get past the fact that they are not dinosaurs to begin with because they aren't. They are all hybrids. None of them are supposed to be actual dinosaurs. But can we at least stay semi-faithful to the source material and stop making fantastical beasts? I would like for at least one of them to look like an actual dinosaur and not some kind of D&D monster. D-Rex is gonna Ray Scarlet, ain't it? What does that mean? I'm not feeling this face like I thought I was. It's got potential. Maybe the fluff would make it better. I also think we're kind of like out of where we need to be sitting. It's an option, but I'm going to try it again. Either way, I'm still going to see it, and then I'll believe you. I hope that it is everything that you are hoping for, Lewis. I genuinely do. I don't want you to take my criticisms as, like, anything that's going to impact your ability to enjoy the movie. Because no matter what, I still feel like it's gonna be entertaining, and that's all it needs to be. Gonna grab her with one of its small arms and climb to the top of a tower. Won't criticize, so I'd better keep it together while enjoying the movie. I would actually love to hear your review on it if you're willing to come back with it. As a dinosaur themselves, Moths has opinions trademark on dinosaur fiction. Indeed I do. I try to keep them reasonable, though. Part of me would like for him to have, like, a partial grin here, but the angle that I want is currently fighting me. I would share my review on the film, but I'm super busy at the moment. Art borders, alien art, and exercising are the only ones that I have. I'm struggling with trying to figure out where I want him to be looking. Let's pull that upper lip up a little higher. Pull our chin down some. This is getting somewhere. I don't know if this is quite right yet, but we're getting there. I feel like I've said that a lot this stream, but I am struggling. This eye needs some tweaking. I always end up picking the hardest angles to draw. Kind of worried he's starting to look like a bobcat. Maybe the stripes will make that more clear that he's not. Might need to downsize it a little bit, but I think that's pretty decent. Alright, best bird, I'm gonna mosey on. Try to get some rest and wind down after this tonight, okay? I will do my best, Ng. I'm doing much better now that I've got an idea of what I'm actually doing. But I will do even better with your encouragement. I hope that you get a good rest for the evening. And if I don't see Rin after I'm done streaming, because I don't know if they are streaming today or not, send them a good hello my way, or from my way. Good night. Actually, I should check on who else is streaming right now and leave my page on to lurk for a little bit. Canceled because it's too hot in their room? Fucking mood. Try not to melt, y'all. Dang, we got a lot of people doing art right now. Actually, I don't think we need to resize this at all. Yeah, I like this one. This is the winner. Now, see, the hard part's going to be getting this hair to not look weird. Oh, it's 82 in the living room with the AC blasting all day. Can't imagine what theirs is with just a fan and the door cracked. Oh. I hope that the summer heat doesn't last too long. Whoa, hold up. Did you guys hear that? Alright, well, early warning. We were given severe thunderstorm watch warnings today, and I'd say we're about hitting that time. So, if the stream spontaneously ends and doesn't come back, I will be sure to let you guys know in the Discord that our power went out. But hopefully that won't happen. I found Snoopy in Psychonauts 2. Uh-oh. That was from you? You guys could hear it? Let me open my window just a little bit so I can keep an eye. Nope, it's pitch black out there. I'll at least be able to see if it starts raining, hopefully. Let's go ahead and give this a little extra precautionary save. I found half of mine. That's okay, the other half is me. We're two halves of a whole idiot. This pompadour keeps getting bigger every time I sketch it, and I'm worried that I'm changing it too much. Speaking of which, I just found the other half. It's like starting a Baldur's Gate playthrough. Whoa, fuck! Maybe I'll close the window after all. That was really, really bright lightning. That was really scary. I like the idea of this character having the dark underlid mascara makeup look like it seems they have on the ref. Her nose is a little off. I might need to redraw that part, actually. Yep, here comes the rain. Oh, I love this song.
This is art. You will hear a buzzer. When you hear the buzzer, stare at the art.
Thank you, Ink Leader. I forgot my volume's up pretty high. Let me turn up Spotify and then turn it down on our mixer. Dumb Mimic! It has been forever. How have you been? I've been pretty busy with regular life stuff, unfortunately. But it's getting better here and there. Throw it away. Me. Oh, I'm on the entirely wrong part of this song. Been busy and burned out. Gonna get started on Art Fight! Hell yeah! I am not participating in Art Fight because I just don't have the stamina. But it's been really exciting getting to see everybody else going into it. try to at least get 1 to 2 done each week. Oof. It's quite the goal. Then again, I often forget that other people are much faster at drawing than I am. How? Baby. I have proof in the VODs. It took me 6 hours just to draw Kane once. See, unfortunately, my art style looks very fast, and sometimes it is, but a lot of the time it wants to fight me. You should have seen the turmoil I was going through trying to come up with this shape for this character's head. Also, heads up, thunder incoming. Ooh. Too bad you're missing out. You could have done Team Fossil. I know. Unfortunately, I get too overwhelmed. And I would really, really feel bad if I was getting art from people and not able to keep up with giving art back. I still need to add a few more OCs to my page. Oh yeah, that too. I don't have any references for my own characters. I don't even have a reference for Moss. I should really get around to doing. I mean, I have some work in progress references that I had started like years ago that are definitely way too out of my style at this point to use. Come on down. He's got a lot of neck fluff. Is that? He has no neck fluff. Me neither, but that hasn't really stopped anyone. If I get art on my Mama Gen OC. That's true. I always forget that protogens tend to be a little easier, because, I mean, look at how long I've spent on just this one face. Alright, let's try and pull this back in to the original silhouette of the head that we had here. Hi, baby Bronx. Aw. Are you okay, baby? Is the storm scaring you a little bit? Hi, sweetie. I know. I'm sorry. There was some loud thunder. She's not afraid of thunderstorms, but it was very abrupt that this one came through like it did. Rin woke up and said, "Hi, Moss!" Hello, Rin. I am so sorry that you are suffering the heats. I'm actually not sure if I ever showed her to you unless you saw me use that avatar in VR. I don't know, but feel free to share again, Inkbleeder. Oh. Lights are flickering. Like I said, if the stream abruptly stops, it's because the power probably went out. Oh, I'm sorry, not in this chat, in show and tell or wherever else in the Discord. Also, just letting you guys know, the ads are about to play. Whoa! Do y'all got people setting off fireworks in the thunderstorm? Not in the thunderstorm, but we do have a sports stadium not terribly far that sends off a ton of fireworks every time that they do any kind of sports game. We've had that before. Oh, that's like both a dog and a veteran's nightmare. And just anybody with anxiety, yeah. There we go. That's a pretty good headshot. I'm happy with that. Ads! Time to go and fix the gambling addiction I accidentally gave someone. A month or so before and after New Year and Independence Day, we got people blowing chunks out of the state. Yeah, those are... Shit, 4th of July's coming up, huh? Today's July 1st. Damn, they're gonna be shooting off fireworks left and right soon. I'm honestly surprised I haven't heard any yet. Okay. Admittedly, I feel like something's off on our pose here. Let's try and... I think the fist is kind of weird on this side. But I feel like this whole arm needs to be kind of touched up. Maybe it just needs to be pushed back a little more. Honestly, that might be all it needed. This whole arm kind of seems like it's at a weird angle, and I don't know what to do about that, actually. Just got an ad on here for protective cases for some sort of bootleg Monchichi? What's a Monchichi? Anyways, I'm off again. Just wanted to send Rin's message. All right, Ninji. It's good to see you again. Have to Google Monchichi. What the fuck is that? Like a toy monkey thing from the 70s and 80s. I hate it. This was the inspiration for Secret of the Mimic. No, this hits me right in the no thank you. My grandma on my dad's side was obsessed with things like this. She really liked Kewpie dolls. I was not a fan. She had an entire room, like the whole guest room was wall to wall Kewpie dolls and other creepy porcelain dolls. Think of something like that, but looks like it was made by someone with a $2 budget. Alright, I don't think I'm going to worry about this arm. Let me send a message to the person who owns the character. That's what was in the ad. They were advertising protective plastic see-through cases for them. Oh, it might be that Lulu thing that's all the rage right now. What are they called? They're like these little gremlin-looking... La Boo Boo. Yeah, La Boo Boo dolls. Apparently that's a thing. They are... I've managed to avoid seeing them for the most part, but I'm seeing them more frequently now in the last week here. Hold on, this is what they look like. These things. I don't like them. I don't know why they are suddenly so popular, but they are really popular all of a sudden. They're not for me. Whoa. Whoa. All right. I have been given the note that well, they've said nothing about the head actually. The only note that I've been given is a further reiteration of needs a bigger butt. I always end up having clients who want big butts and very, like, meaty bodies. Alright, well, I guess we'll try and work on that.
Quetzalotus says one of the upgrades that I can eventually get is called Think Fast, and it's combat based, so all I can think of is the phrase Think Fast Chuckle Nuts.
How do I draw a butt? How do I find a reference for drawing butt? What do I Google for this? Nude male model drawing butt. I don't know what a good butt looks like. Artistic nudity, I'm assuming, is allowed. I'm not going to show any pictures of, like, IRL photographs or anything, but, like, Sorry, I am currently receiving notes. We are definitely not looking for realistic human anatomy butt. We want cartoon porn star butt. Why do people always pick me to draw conventionally attractive things? I don't do conventionally attractive. Thick, furry tiger ass. Attractive the same way a Tumblr sexy man is. That's what you draw. Yes. Thank you. Like, the traits that I usually focus on aren't what most people would consider the attractive ones. Because to me, the appeal comes a lot more in, like, the composition and... Sorry, I was not prepared for voices talking. Stuck in the Tumblr man hell. Or Tumblr sexy man hell. Oh, shit. Thank you, Kofi Bot. I've had a coffee shop sale. What did I sell? What did they buy? Ah, somebody's using the bed background base. That's exciting. Thank you, Zara. Wait, hold on a minute. That says it was 4 days ago. Wait a minute. Why is it only just now coming through? That can't be the right one. It was not. It was the mini moth. Thank you so much, Zara, if you're here watching. I can't wait to see what you make with it. I've been very excited to see some other people's muffs. Oh my god. Okay. They're gonna get whatever they're gonna get. The feedback has not been helpful. I guess I will Google. What do you Google? Male supermodel butts? I'm gonna Google male supermodel butts. What does a good butt look like? These are butt implants. Look up Snake from Metal Gear Solid. I'll look anything up at this point. I guess. I'll do my best. If I go any further out, it's just gonna look like a shelf. Like, what the fuck? Like, is that a good enough butt? I don't know if that's a good butt or not. I've never drawn a bubble butt on a beefy man before. Like, I don't know how to, like, make it look bigger from this side. Shelf boobs or shelf butt. I do know that they had to shrink his butt down for Super Smash Brothers. Did they really? Alright, let's, remove our redacted areas. We want to preserve both of these sketches. So I'm going to make a duplicate of our head and our butt. We're going to delete that one that we don't need. Delete this one. Pop that down there. We are going to copy our background of just the outfit. That looks... It looks like what the client wants. There's a meme of it. Mr. Krabs with Snake's butt above his fireplace next to SpongeBob's. Yeah, because in Brawl, Snake is caked up, but if you look at Snake's ass in Ultimate, there's nothing there. Okay. What I'm going to do here is take our boy from this layer, copy, paste, switch horizontally, and then drag and drop him on top of where he is over here. Then we are going to erase the face. Heavy is the ass that holds up the traumatized war man. Let's just erase all of our major details. We mostly just want the silhouette. And then we will do the same with this one. Actually, no. Yes? No, we want this one to put on top of the other one. Wait a minute, hold on. I've hecked up a little bit. Okay, now we want the butt. Because we want to have the silhouette of the butt. And same as before, we're gonna just erase all of our interior. Details. And this gives us our silhouette for the frontal. Oh yeah, we moved the arm. I forgot about that. Well, shit. That is such a big ass. Okay. It's something. Actually, we need to double check on this and make sure that the arm is in the correct place on the other one. What happened here? Why do we have duplicate sketches? Oh, I guess I misaligned it before. Is the arm correct on that one? Kind of. Oh wait, shit, I erased the details of the hand, didn't I? I did. See, this just looks so unnatural. This. I'm gonna have to change it a little or something for the... It's just bad. I'm sorry, it's bad. Milk, white or dark chocolate? I don't think I've ever had dark chocolate milk. All right, we need another copy of these arms. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know if this is the right positioning for this hand or not. I might have to redraw that. We'll see. Where is your head? Jesus, Bronx, that was a loud sneeze. Okay. Not gonna lie, the pose makes me think of someone going either ahoy there sailor or hello sailor. See, he used to have a hat. Hold on. His actual reference has it. So he used to be an animatronic character and he was supposed to be like this safari cowboy something or other explorer. But I didn't understand that at first when I had seen him, so I just kind of drew him in the stereotypical like howdy partner kind of cowboy pose. So that's what he ended up in. We don't need this file anymore. All right, let's try and fix this up as much as we can. I hate that butt. I'm a happy fox. I helped out Para and got their avatar quest compatible. Hell yeah! Good job, Fo. Where did the front of that arm go? Bronx. Baby. Hey, I need you to stop licking. I can hear that over my headphones. Yeah. No more licking. It's annoying. That doesn't mean come over here and start licking me. It means no licking at all. Yeah. Thank you. Can you go play with Grammy if you're gonna get the zoomies? I'm sorry, baby. She's such a child. No. Don't make me get fussy with you, Bronx. Stay out of my trash. Go play with Grammy. Go on. Okay. Greg, what do you think about Minecraft making the copper golem real and the fact that we might be able to see some other mob vote losers come back. I think that's very cool. I mean, it makes sense. I don't know why they do the whole mob vote thing to begin with, because, like, I get wanting to know what the most popular thing is. But you've already made the demo, so just add all of them? Although I guess in all reality, that would defeat the whole purpose of the thing. Alright, let's get his tail in here and then we'll start figuring out where to put the fluff. Question, is their shirt exposed? What do you mean? This character? I'm gonna have to ask the person who owns the character, but I did the initial sketch of the clothed version. Hold on, why do we have two of these? Because you are the unclothed version. So I did the initial sketch that had like a regular kind of t-shirt, open chest t-shirt. As if so, a good idea would be putting some floof there as to mimic chest stubble. I would like to do something like that, but they also have this big claw mark on their chest. And I'm thinking if I try to do fluff and the scar, it's gonna like take over and neither one are gonna shine out well. Suppose I should put the feet on the other one as well, because I did not draw those initially. It's going to be an over detail. Yeah, that probably wouldn't work out well. I didn't notice the chest scar. That's all right. I've had him pretty zoomed out, and I haven't actually been on the original reference that much. This is so fucking goofy. What kind of pants do explorers wear? Fucking butt. He's definitely gonna look meatier in his clothed form.
Quetzalotus says good night everybody, hope you all have a wonderful, insert time zone here.
Oh. Not sure if you could hear that thunder, but that one was pretty loud. Good night, Q. Thank you for hanging out with us today. I hope you enjoyed your time playing Psychonauts. But yeah, he's definitely going to be meatier. I guess a good example for this would be to show you guys Hux. Hold on. Let's save this. Is this his full ref? It might be. So there's Huxley. And he also is going to be, or this other character that I'm drawing is going to be very much like Hux in the sense of this unclothed body is going to have parts that are not going to fit into the silhouette of the clothed body. And the primary feature that stands out the most to me like that is the feet. Like, very obviously, these large rabbit bappers wouldn't likely fit into these narrow pointed shoes, but they do anyway through the magic of art. So that's the same thing that's going to be going on with this boy. Just because when you want a conventionally attractive character, you can't get away with the stylization as much because we have to include the details of all the anatomy. Therefore, the stylization gets overtaken by the anatomical parts. So, our clothed version can have a little bit better stylization than our unclothed version. We've got to fix this fucking belt now. It just looks like a tumor. Nah. We're just gonna sacrifice the ass from this side. I'm sorry. I can't work with it. This is such a pretty and good silhouette without the butt. At least for the clothed version. I might have to open up an older version of this now, actually, to figure out what I had there before. I'll just not worry about it for now. Oh, we've only got about 3 minutes before our next ads. How are we doing on time? Okay, we've only got about an hour left. Making decent time then. I don't know if he's gonna have shoes or not. Okay, no shoes. All right, ads are gonna go off in about a minute. Probably less than that even. Oh, wow. Big yawn. I'll sit up in my chair a little bit. Now I've got to figure out how to do a cowboy hat. All right. Cowboy hat, cowboy hat, cowboy hat. Is it a cowboy hat? Or is there a specific name for these, like, safari hats? I think I'm going to go with a cowboy hat regardless, just because I know a little bit more about that shape. Or at least it seems to be easier to find references of them. That, and I just feel like that wide brim really would complement him. Then more turns into more, turned into more. And round here, pretty man is you. Hmm. It's not quite the right angle, though, is it? No, it should be tilted back. That's going to be a lot harder. Hmm. I don't know where his ears would sit. I guess, sticking out, but hey, that creates a ton of nasty tangents. Maybe if I just move the brim forward. I'm gonna scream because this isn't working. Rivers calling my name. I'm gonna have to change that ear to make this hat work, and I'm regretting ever drawing this. Art is so hard, guys. Ah! Hold on, I'm not looking at the thing.
Katsu drawn just cheered 25 bits. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
How many did you send?
Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Okay. I was gonna be angry. Hi, Katsu. Actually, Katsu, I've been waiting for you to show up because we are drawing a very Katsu-coded character today. This handsome lad is a tiger that I am making an Anthro ref for based off somebody else's Fnaf fan character. They want to convert it from a Fnaf character to an actual furry. And we also have... Where did our handsome version go? There he is. I see calling me out. Listen, you're not hard to call out. We were looking at the roster of voice actors on that Date Everything game, and I knew which one was the fridge, just from your description alone. Sleeving cards right now, but I have a lot to talk about later. Hell yeah! I used to walk down the very same road, and if I could, I'd give you some advice. Said he don't care about you, or the good or the bad that you do know. The devil's prize. Oh, the devil's prize.
Katsu drawn just cheered 5 bits. I'd bed the fridge. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji. Front-facing baby chick emoji.
Why did she say that so weird? I bed the fridge. Like, everyone that I follow has been streaming that game now. I had tuned in just in time to watch Frosty continue, or complete the dating for the mousetrap. She knew the energy. Right, hat. That's what we were doing. There's a couple of really bad tangents here, but there's not a whole lot we can do about them. We're trying to put a hat on a very flat-headed character. And she don't care about you, or the good or the bad that you do know. Oh, the devil's prize. Yeah, the devil's prize. Not gonna lie, I didn't think I'd be drawing any kind of cowboy characters for a while. But there is something endearing about them. I'm not really in love with the shape of the brim of this hat, but... Katsu!
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. I haven't played much since the Shadow called out MC's private time and the candelabra polishing himself, and then my internet exploded at that moment. Like he did. XD.
Go on, Bronx. It's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to get a kiss before you go to bed? Can I have a kiss? Mwah. Thank you. Good night, Bronx. Night, Mom. It's so funny. Bronx has been sleeping in my room for the last several days. But she was very eager to hop up then and go sleep with Grammy in her bed tonight. Also, sorry, I didn't really process what you had said then, Katsu, because Mom was talking to me. I haven't played much since the Shadow called out MC's private time. Oh, right. Oh, well, welcome back, Bronx. Oh, you know what? She probably still has to go out. Hold on. Bronca. You gonna go night-night? Go night-night with Grammy. Oh, okay. Okay. We've got about 40 minutes left. I was hoping that we could get to inking this. And honestly, if I were more in practice, I could start inking at any point. Alright, we are going to change that ear. Yeah, that looks better. I feel like he needs, like, rope. Like, I feel like he needs to have some kind of rope on his side here. And I'm totally not just saying that because I don't like that butt bump. Maybe a whip. A whip would be cool. Like Indiana Jones. He needs something. And I'm still undecided on this hand, if this is correct or not. It looks right until I think about it, and then it doesn't look right anymore, and I can't tell if that's just me overthinking. Gotta head out. Thanks for streaming. Good work on the robot. Thank you so much, Ink Bleeder. I'm really glad I got to see you for a little bit here. I hope that things are going to be getting better for you soon with the whole burnout and all that. But you are always welcome here, even if you are burned out. We're just here for the vibes. I do hope I can catch up with you again in VR sometime. Yeah, I've been wanting to do more VR stuff, to be honest. I've just kind of been spending almost every second of free time that I have working on a model. Which I guess I could show a little sneak peek of, but you guys are going to get to see it on Thursday. I've been pouring every ounce of my heart and soul into this thing. And I'm very, very excited for it. It'll be ready for Unity fairly soon. But I've also, unfortunately, been suffering from a lot of migraines this last month. So I haven't really been able to do anything other than desktop at most, which kind of takes the fun out of it for me. Still got to introduce you to my friend so you can both tease him about Fnaf. That's true! And now I've actually played it, so now I can actually talk about it. This song is way out of their normal sound range. They did just recently play Secret of the Mimic. Yeah, we can spear eyes together! Honestly, this might... Part of me wants to say this might be ready for inking. Because this is normally about the part where I would start inking back when I was more in practice. I don't know, though. I'm second guessing myself. That, and I feel like I should sit down with the person whose character this is and figure out what traits we want to continue carrying over. Because I definitely have not done this outfit accurately. Anyways, laters, take care. You too, Ink Bleeder. Have a good one. God damn, I wear it well, and I'll see you on the other side of hell.
Bubble, you can't say that.
This character doesn't have beans. When I've lost the will to live, I've lost the fight. Find me in the shadows, you might see me in the light, but you'll never know the demons that I fight. And this face I wear for you, God damn, I wear it well. You'll see me on the other side of hell. Gonna sucker punch Paradox. Oh. They took me to a horror map that genuinely caught me off guard and made my heart race. Oh, foe. Have I met Paradox? I don't recognize this name. You're in the server, longed friend of Locke and I. Huh. Oh, I look forward to getting to meet them if I haven't already. Unfortunately, I just don't recall. Pretty much the chill, envy stoner version of Spookra in an endearing way. Well, I feel like you just described Spooka. In fact, those are probably the three iconic words I would pick to describe Spooka is chill, non-binary, stoner. knew I recognized that voice. Poor man's poison. Yeah. Letting poor man's poison be the motivator for this character here. My god, I just noticed all the rainbow on top of Popple. Popple's actually shockingly colorful today. We did have several raids. Speaking of, I gotta keep an eye on our time. Yeah, we only got about 20 minutes or so, a little over 20 minutes left for stream. I think we're in a pretty decent spot. I think I'm also going to pull this piece out. I want to show off more of those pecs. Also, I did accidentally merge the hat to the body layer without raising the opacity, but that's okay. We don't really need the opacity anyway. Where did all the good people go? Where did all the good people go? Oh shit, does he have gloves on? Hold on. I gotta ask about that. They're out for blood this time around. We've gotta burn it all down. Really give and take. Look around, what do you know? This whole damn place is about to blow. Look around, what do you see? The wolves at bay coming after me. Whoa, oh, oh, get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Okay, yes, we are keeping the gloves on the clothed version. Which means no beans on this one. I live, I think. Hello, Moth. How you doing? Really give and take. This whole damn place is about to blow. I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. They're coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Oh crap, are we gonna put these spiky gauntlets on too? Yeah. So much unnecessary detail that ruins the beauty of this character's natural silhouette. See the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. Coming now, yeah, they're right outside the door. Whole damn place is about to blow. I see the wolves at bay coming after me. Oh, 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 get ready for the war. They're coming now, they're right outside the door. I forgot there's a lot of, like, country-esque songs about people drinking themselves to death. I will have to use that as inspiration for whenever I am writing more of Henry's story. Because I still have to decide what to do with him, really. I don't know how I want him to die. Originally, Will's the one that kills him. But I don't know. I had been shipping them with a friend originally, and a lot of the story was about, like, their whole relationship and stuff, but I've decided at this point that I don't really like that. At least for their characters. I want them to be more than just, oh, they're being shipped. I don't actually think that they would be a good ship, really. In this story, anyway. Tuned back in as I nom food. Thought that was Saxton Hal for a moment. What is that? I remember that name from something. I'm Googling this. Oh, it's from TF2. I mean, yeah, that definitely captures the energy of this guy for sure. Also, welcome back, Zatani. Yeah, I don't actually know a whole lot about the character yet. I'm hoping to learn more about them as we go. Mostly the hat and open shirt made me think that. Yeah, I feel like this is just kind of like a stereotype of all Australian safari explorer characters. Taking a food break from Dune. How are you enjoying that, by the way? I saw you've been streaming it a lot. I haven't been able to catch you since I'm usually streaming or busy when I'm not streaming. But I do see your live posts. Oof. It's gonna take a sip of water there, but my cup of water is kind of icky. It's got a lot of dust on top. Very fun, fun. Good, I'm glad to hear it. I'm debating straightening that leg instead of having it be a little bit pointed like it was. It's definitely sleeker that way. I don't know, though. I'll leave it the way it was for now. It's an easy thing to change. Would be a good game to play with your friends. Get them eaten by sandworms. I'll admit I never read the book or saw the movie for Dune. So I'm definitely out of the loop a bit with that. It looks neat, though. It looks like something that I would enjoy whenever I take the time to actually figure out what the hell it is. And if you listen real close, then you can hear him like a ghost, and you're never gonna make it out alive. There is a town at the bottom of the hill. They've got a secret that they keep like a slave. They've got a black magic preacher. We'll do well to let him teach her. You'll be headed up that hill to the grave. And it is well with my soul. You line your pockets full of money that you steal from the poor, and on your way down the hill, you hear me ring that bell. I pay the devil twice as much to keep your soul. God, I love that song. Let me ask if we're going to keep this collar or not. Because I'm going to be honest, it doesn't add much to the character's design. I am the righteous hand of God. I am the devil that you forgot. And I told you one day you will see that I'll be back, I guarantee. And that hell's coming, hell's coming, hell's coming with me. Sorry, I'm waiting for a response about whether or not we are keeping the collar. Hell's coming with me. Gotta be top favorite poor man's poison song. Neither have I. I've read some lore because of playing it. It's Conan Exiles, but with vehicles, if you've played Conan Exiles. I have not. But I kind of feel like all of that stuff does sort of encompass a similar vibe of, like, post-apocalyptic desert with monsters. Like, I feel like I can kind of pick up the gist of it from just those things. Ark, Rust, unfortunately, no. I've watched a friend play a lot of Ark, though. Sandbox MMO survival game. Gotcha. The only game I've been able to play recently, anything like that, is Path of Titans. That's mostly just because I've only just recently had this computer for the last, like, year here. And this is the first computer I've ever had that's been able to run games. I've not touched Path of Titans in a few months. Bang my eyelashes cutely. Well, I need an answer, my friend. I guess I can work on the back of the head a little bit. Let's take the entirety of this. Tried to get a friend and his girlfriend to play Path of Titans. She said no, and I found out she was mistaking pot for the Isles. Ah, and it's egg-laying mechanics. Unfortunately, a lot of the, like, dino survival games do kind of cross over visually and stuff, and mechanically, so it's hard to differentiate them sometimes if you're not, like, very familiar with all of them. Where is your neck fluff? Pot equals Path of Titans. Yes, I didn't know that before, but I was told that by the person who got me into Path of Titans. It still just hasn't quite taken the time to sink in that that's what it means, so it just, like, brain takes a second. Gives Raptor some of his spaghetti. Oh, spaghetti does sound really good. I haven't had spaghetti in a hot minute. Schneef, 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 the nuggy. Schneef a like friend. Hi, Berserk. Short comic idea. See a raptor from behind, eating something, red stuff flying. Next panel, raptor turns head and just spaghetti noodles hanging from mouth. That's cute. It's like that one bird that has to go into the berry cage every time she eats berries. This one. Just a massacre. Okay, we are keeping the armbands and the choker. Which means I have to get rid of my beautiful clothing folds. Steals the meatballs and waddles away. Actually, that reminds me, I have a question for you guys. Do you guys know... What is it called? I don't know the proper name. But do you guys know that one song about the kid who lost their meatball? I gotta pause this because I'm not gonna be able to remember the lyrics. This was like a childhood nursery rhyme kind of song that I grew up with, but apparently nobody else I've ever spoken to knows what the fuck I'm talking about. But it was a song about a kid who's eating spaghetti and their meatball rolls off the plate and then well, it goes on a bit of an adventure. If any of you heard that song before or know it. On top of spaghetti, yes. Have you heard of it before, or did you just look it up? Because that's the part that I need to know. I need to know if I was the only child that grew up with this song. Oh, look, we can have Sesame Street sing it to us. We have 1 minute before the ads play. This is perfect. Beautiful. All right. Let's go back to our synthwave since our time here is pretty much done. That's not synthwave. There we go. Snuffleupagus synthwave. I'm pretty happy with where this is at. I'll probably continue working on it further into the night here, depending. But once our ad break is over here, we are going to raid out for the evening. Let me see who we can raid out to. I'm gonna try and stick with other artists for now. I know who we're gonna raid out to. But I will wait for our time to be up to actually go through with that. Okay. Got all of that taken care of ahead of time, so now we don't have to worry about that for the wrapping up of things. I don't know if I'm going to keep working on this tonight or not. I might just, I've been at it for a while, I might just go ahead and break and play some games or something. Just depends. Let's go ahead and get moved over to our just chatting window. Because it looks like, yep, ads are over. And it is no longer daytime. We don't have a summer nighttime background, apparently. Gonna have to fix that. What do we have for the nighttime background? Let's go with the bridge. That's always fun. All right. We had an amazing day today, full of drawing, full of awesome art, full of Fnaf AU theories. I have had an amazing time chatting with you guys today, and I really appreciate your company. I was not feeling like drawing today, and I'm glad that I pushed myself to go through and commit, whether I wanted to or not. It was good, well-needed practice. And hopefully I'll be able to get more practice in drawing furries, because I definitely need to pick up with that again. Tomorrow, we are going to continue with playing Secret of the Mimic. We are going to try and get the good ending. So for doing that, we have to get all of the collectibles and beat moon.exe. I don't know how long that will take, but we may end up having some extra time at some point after, depending on whether or not we beat it fast. We'll see. If we do, I'll leave it up in the air for what we'll do after. And then on Thursday, I have got a model that I have been working on all weekend. I have poured my heart and soul into this thing. I am super happy with how the expressions and everything have been coming out so far. Unfortunately, I am now at a point where one of the major things left to do is UV mapping and texturing, my two least favorite parts, aside from the rest of all avatar making. Either way, I'm really excited for you guys to see it. All right. We've got our raid set up and going. Yep, there it goes. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I love you all so much. I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Goodbye. Wait, hold on. Not goodbye yet. Here's our raid message. I almost forgot. Copy and paste that when you arrive if you feel like it. If not, don't worry about it. But do try to bring something nice to the other streamer here. They are working on their first day of art fight. So yes, okay, now we're leaving. I love you all. Goodbye!